Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone? Let's just. Yesterday was such a day. Such a day. Yes, Friday. Like, I'm just. Oh, let me just check. All right. My volume just went up crazy. Hopefully, your headphones are okay. Oh, good morning, Ashley, Mandy, Sarah. Hey, Couch. Look at the trees. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the order. Mary, hello. Oh, just starting. Haven't even finished my first cup of coffee yet. But I am very much looking forward to the start of the penalty phase this morning. And yes, Mandy, thank God it's Friday, but I'm wondering, like, are we gonna have are they gonna deliberate on Saturday? One thing I remember clearly Judge Boyce saying in the beginning during jury selection was advising the jurors that they could have odd hours, they could go through the weekend. And this judge is very considerate of a jury's time. And they're sequestered. So meaning like they could keep court open on Saturday. No, they are still sequestered, Liz. That is why he went right into the penalty phase. This judge is very considerate of their time. And the jury is still sequestered. They went back to a hotel last night. They'll be sequestered until after they do a verdict on death penalty. Now, I don't know how long it will be. Today is supposed to have evidence, a testimony. We're going to have impact statements, in pros and cons from the state and the defense in regards to death penalty sentencing of Chad Daybell. Anyway, Mark and Liam get here. I did my homework. You know, those two gave me homework to do yesterday in regards to the death penalty. So during our breaks, I have, oh my gosh, I have so much information in regards to America, the United States, Idaho in particular, and the death penalty. One of the most interesting things in regards to the death penalty in Idaho is that recently the debate has begun to be a little more heated in regards to the death penalty because they brought back the firing squad. Yeah, I kid you not. Instead of lethal injection, there is also the option of the firing squad in Idaho. Yeah. Imagine having to find someone guilty of such horrific crimes, then not being able to like go home and vent it all out. Instead, you have to stay at a hotel by yourself. Exactly. They can't even go down to the bar and have a drink. They have to use the mini bar or room service. Yeah. They're not even allowed like to be around each other. Like they can't even like hang out and play cards, you know? Nothing. They're in their rooms, and then the bailiffs, the sworn-in bailiffs of the court, keep an eye out and everything, and they transport them back and forth in vans to the courthouse. They are probably already at the courthouse, getting ready, you know, Judge Boyce is 3 minutes late, but it's usually getting the jury ready and all of that. And it should go pretty quick today. Um, I'm wondering, they deliberated for less than 6 hours in regards to all of those guilty charges. And for me, I've seen much more than they have with evidence, and I've heard much more, and I've been at it a lot longer, as regards to the case. And that's not always a good thing because for me, it, murder and conspiracy, as much as I know the man is guilty, as far as evidence, the first degree murder, I really thought they'd get more hung up on it than they did, but they were very direct. As soon as they got the it seems to me that they pretty much knew what they wanted to do when they asked about instruction for Tammy Daybell for count 6, because they didn't take much longer after that. I'm thinking about the forms and how everything has to go, and it's almost as if they got that instruction, went back to the room, said, okay, there you go, that settles it for me, and took their vote, filled in their forms. That does take a while because it has to be very precise. It's pretty much like in most cases, you get to the end of it and you pretty much know what you want to do. And it's really like if everybody's in agreement, there's really not much more to do in deliberations. Good morning, Sean, Liz, Anna, nice to see you. No, Liz, I don't think they have built the firing squad facility yet for the for that to happen. Their argument back forth is about costs right now, and I saw articles back and forth in regards and how they were saying that it was going to cost taxpayers another $305,000 or $350,000 to build the area, and they were arguing that that is a lot less than what it would cost to house, you know, these prisoners for much longer. The other thing that I noticed in doing the research is the disparity in costs from state to state. For an example, in perhaps a state like Idaho, it costs $35,000 a year to house a prisoner. In California, it costs $106,000. So, like, the costs are varied, Lindsey's closing was so precise. Who testified, what they testified to, a timeline. Pryor couldn't even remember people's names who testified to what. It was embarrassing. You know what? Pryor did that. How many times did Pryor call a witness or someone by the wrong name? Even when he was trying to speak with other witnesses about other testimony. The one thing that really annoyed me is trying to get witnesses who had nothing to do with a certain subject to confirm things that he wanted the jury to know about other witnesses or other statements. That was so frustrating. And when that man stands there and actually tries to talk about confirmation bias, I lost it. I really just lost my mind. I totally did. Because wow. I mean, talk I mean, it's almost like he was accusing everybody of exactly what he does. I am very, very impressed with Miss Blake, as many of you are. I think she's going to have an outstanding career ahead of her. Her precision, she stays on it. She is a warrior for justice, I'll tell you. And very impressive. And it looks like, RockyWixom was doing a fairly decent job. Fairly decent. Not as strong, but Rob Wood is probably very proud of his team right now. everyone was remarking that he looked quite pleased. And I'm like, yeah, of course he does. Like, why? He should. This is a long road, and this is a victory for prosecution there. Yeah, this doesn't have to do with trial, but what are scones? Scones are, it is a breakfast pastry. Well, it's not even a pastry. It is like a biscuit. It's full of fruits and nuts or flavorings. And it's kind of like as if you took it's like a southern biscuit gone wrong. It's not light and fluffy. It's a little heavier. In I'm oh gosh, like I'm trying to think of the exact way to describe it. It's a it's like a it's British, of course, English. It's uh, in Ireland. It's made of like wheat flour, or even sometimes in Ireland made with oatmeal flour. Um, it's like a combination between a bread and a cake. It's small, individual. You can heat them up. They come in all different kinds of flavorings. The ones that I like the most have dried fruits in them. Um, they are leavened, but they're not light. They're a little heavier. Um, they're either rolled into a round shape or cut into like my particular when I make them, I cut the circle into like triangles to bake them. Um, they are often baked on a griddle or a flat stone to get like a type of browning and a crust on the bottom to seal them. But the closest thing that I could do you make drop biscuits, Mary? Have you ever made like there's a way in America we have Bisquick, right? And if you make the Bisquick drop biscuits, okay, that looks very much and the texture very much is a scone. It's the best way I could describe it. I can't believe I'm like falling down here with how to describe a scone. Yeah, Mandy, they're British and Irish. And, my nan, Irish, is where I get like my love of scones. And they can be made with wheat flour or oatmeal flour. My nan made them with a combination of the both. Okay. It's a breakfast bakery item, also for tea, served with clotted cream and jam. Yeah, we could go on forever about clotted cream, right? Okay, clotted cream is a form of it's like a raw form of whipped cream. Tangier though. At the yeah, Mary, at the end when Chad's body language was turned away from Pryor and Pryor was actually looking at the opposite of Chad, that wow. I mean, talk about discomfort. This was not an outcome. I really think they thought it was going to be different. And I literally saw pictures on East Idaho News of Chad Daybell, and he literally looked forlorn, like defeated, sad, and he had not looked like that during the whole trial. I mean, uh, I'd have to say it was seeing him having any emotion at all was something, you know. Blueberry scones are amazing. My favorite is blueberry lemon. I like to put a little bit of lemon zest in there. Oh my God. Wow. What a question, Liz. I would like to know what you all think about this question too. Please, everybody, help me answer this one. Do you think any lawyer could have gotten Chad a not guilty? Believe it or not, yes. Yes, I do. Because if you play hard enough, against conspiracy and murder 1 when you don't have physical evidence of the murder. Yeah. I mean, Pryor took that angle and tried, but he was very unsuccessful. One point that Pryor brought up, and he was fixated on the Melanie Gibb part, was especially with J.J. Ballo, the fact that there were other people in the house that were familiar with J.J. that are either linked to the conspiracy and or the murder in some way, whether through knowledge or just not even following up. They were the last ones to see JJ. And this is where Pryor kept going with Melanie Gibb. Besides the fact that he was pissed off about her teachings, about her being able to speak about the same things that Chad was and not be held out for it. Because she did, she also spoke in the women's group. She was one of the head women, so to speak, in this group, speaking on the same types of things that Chad was, but it was coming from Chad. He was definitely the leader. Well, Pryor, like his attempt at it just fell down laughable. But I think a decent lawyer really, really could have. I think a decent lawyer could have went with the media hype too and got the death penalty off. But, what can I say? And I know by saying a decent lawyer, it's almost like I'm saying, well, that means that Pryor's not a decent lawyer. I am not fond of his style. Okay. Well, let's say this. He's been with the man since the beginning. His tenacity is remarkable. I mean, and he's got balls of steel, I'll tell you that, because to actually go to a judge a month before court and ask to be removed because your client's indigent and he deserves better because you're not a death penalty attorney. And then in front of the judge, both he and Chad are asked and they say, no, they don't want Pryor to leave. Actually give testimony in court to the opposite of your multiple page motion that you just filed. What a waste of the court's time. And Judge Boyce had to go through that whole process and interview Chad and speak with him privately to make sure that he was comfortable with this attorney. But what they did really is kind of make it more difficult for a faulty, representation appeal. That's not going to happen. But Chad, because it is a capital death penalty case, does get an automatic appeal, and those appeals are paid for by the state. All the taxpayers of Idaho will pay for the appeal that Chad Daybell gets. He doesn't have to put out a penny. Good morning, you are Victoria. Mandy says, I don't. Okay. Seriously. He had years to decide he wasn't qualified. Exactly. And they had years to find. They could have got 2 paid for by the state and the taxpayers, defense attorneys, 2 death penalty certified death penalty attorneys. Death penalty meaning they have experience in those cases, because that's the law for indigent in Idaho. They could have got 2 of them, not even paid. But you see, the one thing that sticks out to me the most here is their arrogance. Chad and John Pryor both had that in common. The arrogance to think they knew better than anybody else. Good morning, T. King. Good morning, Katie. Pryor did not want to defend Chad Daybell at all, so I really don't think he cared about the outcome. I'd say he was settled on the outcome. I think Pryor may have known what was coming. I think he was out of his element, I'll tell you that. But I do think he wanted to defend Chad, whether it was for his own glory or reputation, or to prove something to himself, or because he really felt the man needed an attorney. There was actually a relationship there, because if you go all the way back to the arrest interview with Emma outside the car and Chad in the car, Mark Means rather, was already in Chad's life as an attorney. He was already being represented in some way. Okay, and Mark Means was the one that Chad spoke of. Emma says clearly, I'll also call John Pryor for. Yeah, it'd be good, They knew him already. Now, whether that is because of the faith or neighbors or whatever, they had some type of relationship. Mark Means in John Pryor's offices are in the same building in Idaho, very close to each other. There could have been a relationship there. Well, it seemed like there was some familiarity there, and that always stuck out to me. Mark Means was an awful lawyer also. Sorry. Yes, he was. Like, he did definitely, Mandy, I agree. He was not, he was not pleasant. Yeah. I think there were some points where Pryor could have gotten his point across successfully, but he just couldn't figure out what the angle was. Not sure if that would have changed the verdict. That's where I was going with it, Rocket Couch. Like, he did actually kind of see the little cracks that he could have, made some moves in, but he was not very successful at wedging himself in there to make it obvious for the jury. I agree with you. I do. His style didn't work. Not for me. He annoyed me. He was annoying AF. I'm sorry. Like, that man, he got under my skin. Bad legal manners, disrespectful to the judge, over talking, thinking he knows better, trying to school the judge, which really burns my butt. I don't know. And his obsession with the name Melanie Gibb was laughable. Totally. I wonder if Melanie Gibb's going to come up in this phase. Also, if Pryor was less of an unfiltered dick bag, the jury might have been a little bit more sympathetic. Exactly. If they just came off looking as two peas in a pod. You almost were like, of course you're defending him. You're awful person. Yeah. Seriously, he had years to decide he wasn't qualified. Yes. And that really burned my butt. A month before trial, he gets in there and says that I'm not even qualified to do this. It's not fair to the client. And then insist on staying on the case. And Chad too. Totally doing the absolute opposite of what was in the legal brief. Waste of the court's time. Yeah. It was very unusual, and very disrespectful also, because I don't think either of them had any intention of him leaving the case, because when they weren't asked outright by the judge, they both wanted, Chad said he wanted Pryor, and Pryor said he wanted to still represent Chad. He could have walked out of that cut. It was, I don't know how Judge Boyce would have ruled, but once he heard that, he had no choice. He's not going to kick him off the case. He's not going to make the decision for Chad that this guy's not good for you. He doesn't want his rulings overturned. Absolutely not. He just was annoyed. All they did was make a rodeo out of it. Just turn it into a circus show, a sideshow, some kind of freak show. Yeah. And that's another thing. I wonder why Pryor stayed. Is it the publicity? This is a huge case. And whether he's a good lawyer or not, his name is everywhere right now. And there is that adage, all publicity is good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity. So, because that whole thing with the other attorney, that was definitely to get his name associated with this case. The man has done it before. Well, he's now associated monetarily, not very much, but monetarily got ripped in public on a live stream by a judge for being an idiot through his own testimony. That Radcliffe guy. Yeah. Yep. Chad and Pryor threw a lot of people under the bus, all for nothing. Chad gets to live with that in prison. You know, I saw a couple of posts on Twitter where people were trying to leave messages for Lori Vallow to find out how she feels about that. I wonder if we will find out. For all that Chad did this in saying that he was mesmerized by Lori and he loves her so much, he certainly wasn't wearing that ring, and he certainly let his attorney bring her up and throw her under the bus in closing arguments like that. And they had been making somewhat of a case against that. But even there, like Rocket Couch said, you know, there were avenues that Pryor could have taken. He started down the Lori Vallow is the one who did it all routine with her brother, and that didn't even come off strong enough. There's a lot there between Lori and Alex's relationship that was there and in existence well prior to Chad coming into the story, that if hammered home could have made a lot of difference with the jury, but he didn't. Remember, they could have put some doubt there around Joseph Ryan's death. You know, Charles Vallow's relationship with Lori. Okay. Yeah. Lori's crazy beliefs before she even met Chad. It is true that Lori started with this obsession in the beliefs before Chad. They got bigger and reinforced and brought to life more so when she did meet Chad. That was the igniting element between the two of them. Because I'm sorry, I just don't see them meeting and there being such strong chemistry that they just can't live with it. I mean, Chad's a slug, and Lori's insane. I mean, she's beautiful, you know, and mesmerizing in some ways. And they say that she can be quite charming. Haven't met her, can't really say. Well, I don't see, you know, all of that. Like Chad's just for me, maybe it's personal. It just not doesn't look like, I don't know. There's no animal magnetism there, that's for sure. Come on. It's a little laughable. But anyway. Good morning, Juju. I also think Pryor never believed this would actually go to trial. Oh, he did everything to keep it from going to trial, didn't he? Juju. Like, yeah. And he would have, even if he was given another year. And that was one of Judge Boyce's comments, or actually in his actually deliberations back and forth in regards to John Pryor's motion to actually be released from the case. He said, you know, as far as not being able to prepare, you've been with this case from the beginning. If you're not prepared now, you never will be. I mean, they've had all this time. He sat through Lori Vallow's trial day after day after day. He knows exactly what evidence they had and how they're going to present it. He got the benefit of watching the prosecution style. He got to see Lindsey Blake in action and Rob Wood, and he knew how they would play to the jury. He had more information than most defense attorneys get, at least the way I see it, and the way George saw it too. You know, he's like, you know, if you're not ready yet, you're never going to be ready. Not sure how I feel about getting the death penalty, but if anyone deserves it, I think Chad's close, and so did Lori. Yes, it gets very emotional because children are involved, multiple deaths. Yeah, horrific crimes. Yeah. And that is a conversation where I'm not going to judge anybody for how they feel about that. I said yesterday, and I still say, I'm of two minds of it. I see both the pros and the cons of it. I understand in a case like this, the emotional need for retribution, the emotional need to really have a penalty that amounts to something huge. But then I also know the costs. I also know, in my heart of hearts, two wrongs don't make a right. And if we're saying that murdering people for our own needs is wrong, then how do we do the death penalty? I mean, it's a conversation that can go on forever. But then there is, true penalty and justice for the victims. Okay, I'm all for that also. Because like I said yesterday, this is one of those issues where I admit to having two heads. I'm on the fence. I could go either way at any moment. There are arguments for both sides, and I see them all clearly, and I agree with both sides, and that's the problem. Like I can agree with where both sides of the argument are coming from. It makes it very difficult for me to decide where I am with it. I will say this: the death penalty system is flawed and innocent people. One thing that makes me extremely uncomfortable is the risk that innocent people are put to death. Such a severe penalty that cannot be reversed. The percentages are small. I did research it. In some states, as high as 7%. But out of thousands of death row inmates that we have only had 20 proved wrongful convictions and death executions. But that's 20 innocent people. And Mandy has a good question for you all. And what is up with the court? Like, this is late. A half hour late. Did I get the time wrong? He did say 8:30, yes? Now, you know what? I'll go to check the socials because now I'm concerned. What is going on? Did I miss something? Sitting up here blathering, Okay, so Nate is not taking. Caitlin Hart is follow along with live updates an hour ago and nothing since. They are hearing there are technical difficulties keeping them from letting us into the courtroom. The victims have also not been let in yet. The lights keep flickering in the hallway, but we haven't gotten any word as to what the holdup is. Ay. Okay, so technical difficulties. At least it's not a bear problem. Like, it's not me. But that doesn't sound good. Yes, Mandy, I just read that. Thank you very much. Jinx, yes, Coke, yes. All right. Well, actually, Mandy was asking, does anyone else think that Pryor thought his client was guilty? I don't know how he could sit through that testimony and not think that there was something there. The condition of those bodies that were found on the property, how does the man say, I had nothing to do with it? I think what Chad could say successfully to his attorney is, they did it. I didn't. I did not kill them. I don't think he could successfully say to an attorney he didn't know anything about it, or that he was so naive he had no idea what anybody else did on his own property. And don't forget, there was the whole angle that Pryor tried to put out that actually that Chad was afraid of Alex Cox. And Liz, I think he did too. Liz says, I think he knew that he was involved. The janitor is trolling Chad. You're Victoria. That's funny. But they said the lights are flickering and all. That might be a power issue or something. I mean, it would be quite unfortunate to come this far in the trial and not be able to see the end. But so far, they haven't started proceedings. They have not let the victims in for impact statements. They have not, They said there's technical difficulties. They don't have anybody in the gallery watching. They won't let them in the courtroom. So, hello tomorrow, kiddo. How are you? Did you get caught up on yesterday? Were you able to go over the video? I timestamped everything so you could find it quickly. Trying to throw law enforcement under the bus about Tylee's DNA being on the tool in the shed. I know exactly, Mindy. And oh yeah, and did law enforcement actually use the tools in the shed to dig up the body? Like, yeah, right. Because that's standard practice. We're in an investigation and we're gonna actually use the things on the property and mess stuff up. Like, yeah, we do that. Oh. Like, it's standard for law enforcement to go after, it's standard for uh, defense attorneys to go after law enforcement in the investigation. You always go to look at, tear apart the evidence the best that you can. And usually they start with the investigation on how all that evidence was gathered and all, and put holes in it. It's a tactic that every defense attorney uses. Yep, that's what happened in O.J. Simpson, evidence contamination. I'm looking at a murder case right now, Shawnee Lynn Kroll, where they actually caught the body and everything hours later in the trunk of a car. He put it there, but because of their search procedures, because they didn't wait long enough for the warrant to come through, they were looking for a missing person. They thought that they were covered, but an appeals court threw the body out as far as evidence and fruit of the poison tree, everything related that they found because of that search of the body being in the trunk of that car, which was a lot of her belongings, which led to a second search of the apartment, which led for more evidence, and all of it become tainted. But the prosecution said they still have enough to charge him with murder. That is the interesting angle on that case that I want to look at. This is a very violent offender too. He's like, what? He's something else. I think I've got a video on it in my playlist. Um, yeah, I think it is. Is it Nebraska? It's in Minot. Is it in? Yes, I think that is Nebraska. Um, just checking right now. I'm pretty sure it is, but yes, it's in the uh Indy is North Dakota, isn't it? It's North Dakota, not Nebraska. It's in Minot, North Dakota. And it's for the murder of his roommate. They were in trial and it stopped. They were in jury selection. And the threats, he actually threatened his own attorney in a conversation with his mother through the jail, and several of the judges and things, the judge, his own attorney. And they actually decided they needed to change a venue because of people that he knew that he may have made arrangements to hurt people. And now they will be moving it to Morton County. I'm going to be doing another update on that one soon, actually. I'll want to at the end of January they had the hearing. And the judge in that case is Judge Stacy Lauser. Um But she was the one who ordered that the whole trial had to be moved out of Ward County. She also had indicated that through while they were going through jury selection, the case was so well known in the area that there were so many of the jurors that indicated a large amount of knowledge of the case through news reports and social media. That it was going to be like just too contrarian. There's no way that they could actually be completely unbiased, so they had to start all over again. And and she's doing that to balance the rights of the defendant and to make sure that things don't get overturned. So now we're going to be doing that trial will be in November of this year. They only scheduled for that trial 6 days, actually. Shawnee Lynn Crawl is still in custody, of course. Yeah, so I'm just doing a brief update instead of the one I would do on a Tuesday night. So many people who want to today who want to go to prison forever. Yeah. Wow, Anna. That's so sad. You know, I also in following Madeline Kingsley, that case also in Minnesota. There's quite a few. I know I have a few murders. We also got Larry Millette, body still missing, and I'm also very interested to see what happens in the Suzanne Morfu case now that an autopsy has been performed, and they found drugs that would have incapacitated her prior to death. Um, I'm wondering if charges are going to come back around on that one. That one's a big mess legally because of the state's actions in the district attorney, Linda Stanley, in particularly, as the lead prosecutor running that department. Lots of problems, charges against her already. But that brings me to the Murdaugh trial, which is another live that we did, and some of you were here for that. And Becky Hill, the court clerk, with 76 violations against her in regards to misappropriation of funds. Yeah, these allegations. Yeah, she's actually stepped down, and they actually just went forward and said that all of these crimes against the system that were done by her are criminal. They're looking at criminal charges, plus pressing criminal charges on her. I'm like, whoa, yow, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Becky. Mm-hmm. Becky, who wanted the fame, she got the fame. Okay, like be careful what you ask for, people. Like now she's known for something so much different than just writing a book. Mm. Yeah, I'm always looking for information, Anna, on Shawnee Lynn Crawl. It's very difficult to get that stuff out of North Dakota. Oh, but you're following in Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma. But and I just saw the jury deliberating in the treadmill trial asked to be able to watch the treadmill video again. That piece of shit, but his child in the head during that incident. He's a gross. Yeah. Yeah. He did hit his child. And yeah, that one was her. See, Mandy, I give you some credit. When it comes to the ones with kids, I have so much trouble. I really have trouble. Oh, mm, I hope justice is served in that case. There's a lot of evidence, on that one. Just like the other LDS, the Hildebrand case, I couldn't do that one. It was covered enough in the media. It got the play that it not everybody was aware of it. Everybody got to see justice. So like there wasn't any need for me to put it out there. I couldn't have said anything more than the outrage that everybody else already had. Yeah, Mandy, as far as Becky Hill, she has jeopardized the whole court proceedings that have happened in that area. Every judge must be really, really annoyed because, she's put every case at jeopardy because of what she did, because she was involved. Yeah. But they won't be able to start overturning or asking for new trials until she's convicted. Yeah, this not good juju. She has really made it. And let me just tell you, I love Judge Newman, okay? But like South Carolina, they got some issues there anyway with their proceedings, their processes. Like every day when I'm following Fitz News, there is more scandal in all of the areas there in the system. Just how they pick their judges, who stays, who goes, their political process and the whole thing. That came under fire. Now it's all in how they assign all of these jobs, to people, whether they're appointed or voted in. Sometimes it's just a higher official who appoints you, just gives you the job, and other times it has to be voted in. Like it's just crazy because there's no consistency. Like, it's not one way to it's insane. Yeah, this is taking a long time, Sarah. They've got some court problems going on. According to Caitlin Hart, who works for East Idaho News with Nate Eaton, there are technical difficulties keeping them from letting anyone in the courtroom. Is anybody got anything else up? Like, there's anything else being reported? I mean, the last thing I'm heard is that the lights keep flickering in the hallway, but they haven't got any word as to, like, what the actual technical difficulties are. Uh, I cannot pull up too many videos here because then everything's gonna go crazy. Hmm. Uh, there's no, like, current updates. Okay, the last update on East Idaho News was at 8:42. That was quite a while ago. Still waiting in the hallway. Lots of people are getting antsy to get started. But by the way, Colby Ryan, Lori Vallow's oldest son, is in the courthouse today. Brandon Bordeaux is also there, still outside in the courtroom, not being let in. Um, the Woodcocks are there, obviously. The Gwiliam, the sister, is there. Samantha. I would imagine Vicky Holden is there for Tylee. Yeah. Is that the lady who is the assistant prosecutor who falsified evidence? She was in Lawrence, Kansas, as well as North Carolina in Missouri. When we say Becky Hill, we're talking about the court clerk. Linda Stanley was a prosecuting attorney. I'm not sure about other states, but she did a lot of crazy stuff in Suzanne Morphew. This Colorado, I believe. No, not yeah, in Suzanne Morphew's case. Yeah, tomorrow. Colby Ryan's there for Tylee. I think that I wonder if we're going to hear. I guess he's there because he's going to do an impact statement. Yeah, Yes, Mandy. Every case that Becky Hill was involved in, if she's found criminally guilty, it's going to be an issue. Yes. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of filings going on. What is going on here? Come on, fix it, guys. Hmm. Yeah, Caitlin Hart is doing the updates for Nate Eaton today. He's not in the courtroom. There's a crime con thing going on. I think he was there, or there's something else that he was attending to. I'm glad you're getting your cleaning done, Anna. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, hey. I keep watching the feeds. Yeah. The Twitter for the feed for the reporter from East Idaho that is doing it today is News with Kate. And then here's the link if anybody's on Twitter following those. It's also on the East Idaho News web, their website. Just heard court will begin at 10 a.m. Be back then. So that's another 40 minutes, everybody. Like, that's it. They're going to be back at 10 a.m. Okay. That was just posted 17 seconds ago by Caitlin. So they're not letting anybody in for another 40 minutes. So in that case, I think I'm going to take a brief little walk, Yeah, and I'll come back at 10 off. But let's take a 30-minute break. What do you think? Yeah, I think so tomorrow, kiddo. Is it okay to put some music on, guys? Because you can hear my voice is already going a little bit. Um, yeah, Comic Con, Twitch Con, and Crime Con. Enough cons. There's a lot of cons going on, yeah, tomorrow, kiddo. Yeah. Well, anyway, I love talking with you guys, but I can hear my voice is hitting out too much. Like, the time we've already spent, like, we could have had that whole death penalty discussion if Mark and Liam were here, but they'll be here this afternoon, maybe. Tara Moorhead was the name. I'll write that down, Anna. Thank you. Okay, I'll be back in 30. All right. Have some coffee, have some tea, get a good stretch in. Let's consider this our brief morning break. But the one thing is, we won't be having a morning break in the court. We'll be going right through to lunch then, hopefully, if they started teeing. Well, no, he doesn't normally do that to the jury, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll move quickly after that, but I will be back at 10, or I will be keeping an eye out. If I hear them coming in, of course I will put it up. But if they said 10, the judge usually sticks to that if he puts out an announcement. I would imagine it'll be a little after 10 in Idaho when he starts. That's a little after 12 noon here. Okay. All right. I'm going to put music on. Hey, everyone. We are back waiting. We've got a few minutes before noon when they said that we'd be starting. They're starting what they said at 10 a.m. in Idaho. It's Mountain Time MDT. That's 2 hours behind us. So we have a few minutes. Hopefully, everything's been resolved. And we'll start the penalty phase of the Chad Daybell trial. Hi, Shill. Anna, I hope everything is okay. I see in the chat that you said there's some flooding going on. Right. I hope everything's okay. Yes, Vishnu. Hello. If you're still here, I know you have working today, but yep, banner is up and running. There it goes. Like everything's doing okay. And let's see if we have any other reports going on. I don't see anything besides the last note that they still are saying that they will be back at 10 o'clock. I haven't seen anything else on the trial updates from several of the places that I've been checking regularly. The only thing I can't check is the on YouTube, like the actual YouTube stuff. We're going to hear victim statements this morning, and then the jury will be deliberating on the death penalty option for sentencing in regards to first-degree murder and conspiracy, which are the only counts that matter for the death penalty. Sentencing actually for the insurance fraud will be at a later date based on when Judge Boyce schedules that. Oh, Platte River is flooding there. You're okay where you are, Anna, though? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, tomorrow, kiddo. I'm sorry I was late. I didn't mean to worry anybody. I just needed to, dog duty and stuff like that. It's just enjoying his time, so to speak. And so I was a little late in getting that coffee going. So I was waiting for it to finish and had to grab it before coming back over to the desk. It was a coffee emergency. Bad coffee timing. I don't know about an emergency. Maybe just bad coffee timing. I should have put it on before I went out with the dog. That would have been better. So this is day 33 of the actual trial. I don't count the jury selection as part of the actual trial. That's a separate process for me. Trials is evidence and testimony. So on that day, I started to count, and that would make this day 33 in the penalty phase of the actual trial. Oh, okay, tomorrow. Yeah. I'm glad that Anna's okay. When I saw that post, I was like, oh no, we don't need no more bad weather stuff going on. So it's day 33 of the actual trial. It's day 1 of the sentencing phase. There are so many different trials going on right now. I think I don't know if Karen Reed is going on today. They were on a break yesterday. I didn't see anything going on. But like Mandy said, she's covering the treadmill case. She was watching that, actually. Mm. Let's hope that everything is going okay in the courtroom. I haven't heard anything else about any more further technical difficulties. So it is 2 minutes past, but we will give Judge Boyce some grace. I'm sure he's just getting all these ducks in a row. Anna says they have the whole town south of her flooding, and it's not good, but you're okay where you are. Yeah. Such a mess with flooding and all, such damage. Hopefully everybody is safe. Hmm. You got gale force winds there, Shill? Wow. The wind always unsettles me. That's the one part about weather that gets me when there's storms every time. Hmm. Well, hopefully everyone is having an okay day, regardless of the weather. You have not missed any of the impact statements from the victims or anything, Shell. Or they didn't even start. Like when we came on, the same thing. It said court is in recess, and that was it. And we saw the reporting from Caitlin Hart from East Idaho News, who said that they did receive, after about an hour of the delay, they received notice that court would start at 10 o'clock. Like they were all milling out in the hallway. They wouldn't let anybody in the galley. They didn't let the victims in to get seated or anything. The lights were flickering in the courthouse, she said. Mm. Where you are, there's rain. Oh, that's messing up your vacation. I'm sorry, Sheil. Yeah. It's just thunderstorms and raining now. Still interfering with your plans. Oh, thanks, T King. I'm glad you're here. Hope you're having a good day. I hope we get to watch it. I hope that they bring it on. Like, I'm still waiting to see if he actually goes live. I keep refreshing the feed. I keep checking, Twitter. If anybody else has any of the other YouTubes up, let me know if you hear anything different. The one thing I can't do is pull into any more of the YouTubes because I have too many YouTube tabs open right now. One of the other YouTubers, Pretty Lies and Alibis, who was also covering the Daybell trial, is over there at CrimeCon, and she's actually got a laptop on her table at CrimeCon, and she's playing the penalty phase. Yeah, she has it up. Thank you, tomorrow, kiddo. Yeah. Hi, Anna. I'm glad your day is good. Mine's going slow. I'd have to say, trial. Um, a good news, bad news kind of thing last night when I was like, "Yay, we got a verdict!" Yeah, whoa, like this is awesome. And then, oh man, we're starting with the penalty right away. No break for the bear. Yep, we're going right in. But that's how it should be. The jury is sequestered, so you could understand why the judge wants to do this right away. They're sequestered. And you don't want them like sitting in a hotel doing nothing until Monday, right? And court was open, and he did some of the jury instructions yesterday, and he explained the procedure and what was going to happen. And then here we are, waiting on technical difficulties. Well, hopefully, everything will get started soon. I just keep checking to make sure my feed is live, that everything's doing okay. Yeah, you have one of the other ones open. Thank you. Tomorrow, kiddo. Okay, 6 minutes ago, Caitlin Hart was saying that it looks to her like people who are there for other reasons, the courtrooms aren't being let into other courtrooms either. That everybody for all the courtrooms, not just Judge Boyce's, all still in the hallway waiting. And that was after 12. So, oh gosh, I guess they did not get resolved what they needed to get resolved, or they're still working on it. That is not good. Hmm. Oh, there's also the sentencing of Michelle Troconis today. The impact statements by the victims for Michelle Troconis. She was the girlfriend of Flores, who was convicted, who actually passed on before he was brought to trial for the murder of his wife. Michelle Troconis was found guilty um, of helping to cover that up. Jennifer Doulas's children, the murder victims, are there giving impact statements. A little contrast to the Chad Daybell trial. The children of Jennifer Doulas testified against the father and against the girlfriend adamantly at trial, giving impact statements. Whereas Chad Daybell's children, basically the two that testified threw their mother under the bus, regardless of Garth saying he had such a close relationship with his mother. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry about your knee there. You're still having trouble? Yeah. Steffi's going to the aquarium. I'm sorry your knee is giving you so much trouble there, Shu. Yeah, boy. I've got to be catching up on the Trachoni sentencing after this, but hopefully we are actually going to have a sentencing phase, a penalty phase here. Still nothing. Hmm. On a funnier note, did anybody catch on Twitter the video of the man who showed up for a Zoom hearing for driving without a license and showed up at the Zoom hearing while driving? And his defense attorney is there trying to get the case extended or dismissed. And the judge is like, wait, this is for driving without a license? This man doesn't have a license and he's on the Zoom call and he's driving? And the man is like, Oh, hold on, I'm just parking. I'm going to my doctor's, whatever. It's hysterical, Rocky Couch. And then the judge is like, well, wait a minute here. Like, I can't believe, like, am I missing something? Like, it was so funny. And he just goes, okay, well, bond revoked. Turn yourself in by 6 o'clock or we're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. And the guy just, the look on the guy's face like, oh, damn, what did I just do? But the judge actually asked the defense attorney, this is about him driving without a license, right? And she's like, yes, those are the charges. He's like, what, he is driving, right? Yes, it appears, yes, that appears to be the case. Like, I felt so bad for the defense attorney. Like, what do? Your client is like an idiot, a moron. Like, what are you going to do? How do you defend? You can't defend. She did the right thing. She just said, yes, appears so. Yeah, it was the lighter side of things in the legal courts. Oh, in Rocket Couch, I also watched Nevada court system. They did like there were 3 people talking about Chili De Castro, who's currently serving 6 months for being an idiot. Also, yeah, he thinks he's above it. He's still doing little lives and stuff. In the last one that I saw was something like play acting, like he was assaulting an officer of the court, or a guard there, and just like talking about how he's so wrongfully this and that and the other thing. Total insanity, I'm telling you. Hmm. You headed back to the courthouse now, Sarah? Can you let us know what's going on, like, if possible, in regards to the technical difficulty? It just sounds like they still aren't letting anyone in. And it sounds like it's throughout the courthouse, not just Judge Boyce's courtroom. Doesn't seem to just be technical difficulties with like one system. They saw blinking of the lights. Remember, they were doing some work on the courthouse. We had a date a week ago or so where they were going to be doing some very loud renovation work, and the judge had called for an early dismissal. I wonder if something has happened along those lines with some of the renovation work. Yeah, I don't know how far long he's in on his sentence, but he did get 6 months, Couch. There's a YouTube channel for the Nevada courts that I get updates from, and he's one of the cases going back and forth. She'll says she just dropped a link in one of my legal channels in the library, that a former employee sued the city of Minneapolis on Tuesday, claiming Derek Chauvin also kneeled on her neck in January 2020. Hmm. Wow. I'm not sure, tomorrow, kiddo. He's still in county. He hasn't gone to prison. He hasn't been assigned yet. He's still, in county jail. I would imagine he'd be in regular clothes still. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much that changes now. I think Juju's got a point here that it would not be an orange today because for the death penalty that could sway the jury, and we're supposed to be unbiased. It was quite prejudicial to show up in handcuffs in an orange. Although they know they convicted him guilty. During the Parkland shooters death sentence trial, he wore civilian clothes. There you go. Thank you, Juju, for that added information. Appreciate it. If we could just find out what's going on, like, are we having court today? I wonder if they're just going to postpone everything. Like, I would feel terrible for the jury. Would they have to stay sequestered all weekend? That just doesn't seem fair, does it? for them. The last reporting from Caitlin was like 15 minutes ago from Caitlin Hart at East Idaho News, and she is still saying that, you know, there's no one being let into any of the courtrooms. Yeah, Chavez did, you know, there were quite a few complaints, I agree, and then, like, it's not news. Yeah, because, like, you know, I mean, getting sued, of course, you know, suing the city because of him is one thing, you know, that's totally. Minneapolis, there's been a lot about him there. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else on the updates. I'm still trying to get, oh boy. Okay. Nope. Nope. So nothing else posted on the website for East Idaho News either. So they're just not getting information. But Sarah's going, so hopefully we will hear. Hopefully we'll hear. Yeah. It's the spirits in the courtroom. Oh boy. For you, it's not noon yet, Anna. Yeah, it's 20 after for me. Yeah. Actually, now that I think of it, I think I remember at one point Brooks was complaining about having to wear orange and then being told he could have changed and chose not to. Yeah. Right? Well, Brooks was a whole, like, that was wild. Like, Brooks was totally insane. He represented himself. Total insane proceedings going on there. That judge had to have so much patience. I really felt for her. That was an out of control proceeding at most times, you know. Yes, tomorrow, kiddo. Sarah is right there. She lives in the area. Yeah, that Brooks case was like crazy. It still is. Although he did save the court a lot of time in the attempted assault on his wife. He just actually pled out. But there won't be a court trial on that one. At least he made the decision. And another waste of time. The taxpayers' dollars. He puts on a show. That's funny show, but you know, maybe it's in the water. I don't know. Yeah. But there's plenty of people that I know who live in Minnesota who are not like that. So, yeah. The waiting. This is a little crazy. I don't know exactly what the best thing to do right now. I'm just waiting to hear what's going on. I would imagine if he gets yeah, right, Juju, like one bad apple and all, like exactly. Oh, that is a Jackson 5 song. One Bad Apple. Yeah. The whole song just flashed through my mind. I know. Hi, Mousy. We are waiting. We are all trying to be patient and wait. I don't do waiting very well. I really don't. Mm. Listen, they say patience is a virtue that I could use a bit more of. I'm not the most patient person in the world. Yep, the Jackson 5, Hannah. Can you get it? One Bad Apple? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. No, it's not mine either, Juju. I could definitely use more. It's something I need to practice being better at. You think by 2 or 3 we'll know? Like it's 12:30 now there, Mousy. I don't want to sit here that long. To tell you the truth. Court usually ends at 3:30 there in Idaho in Judge Boyce's courtroom, which is like 5:30 for me, like 5 hours from now. I would like to get things started. Like we're all very anxious. And I feel, here's the thing. It's as inconvenient as this is for us just to sit around and wait. Just imagine the victims who are ready to get their impact statements. This is very difficult for them. The preparation of it, the thought of being on camera and everybody watching and hearing, and they're going to be giving their statements. This is their justice. This is part of the justice system that they are entitled to, and it's just a monkey wrench thrown into the proceedings like this. They're all milling around waiting, and I would imagine that waiting for them is just as horrible, if even more horrible than it is for us. Yeah. I admire extremely patient people. They always seem so calm and full of wisdom that they can be so patient and just know that everything will work out in due time. Something my nan used to say. Yeah, Mousy, I'm sorry. Victim impact statements. They are quite emotional. I wonder if we will hear from anyone on the Daybell side. And sorry, you could probably hear the clicking. I'm still going through, trying to find updates. If there's anything. I have no idea, Anna. It wasn't released yet who would be speaking. I do know Colby Ryan is there. Hmm. Currently on Caitlin Hart's feed, there's a death penalty debate going on. One thing that keeps getting repeated through the socials was yesterday at the court, like Larry Woodcock and several outside of the courtroom, he, had a statement for he and Kay. Very emotional. It's been very difficult for them. Larry's been in court every single day. Some days were much too hard for Kay. Well, Larry made this statement. He reminded everyone that there are worse things than death. To have to live with the loss of a loved one, to have to live, in Chad Daybell's case, with what they had done, and that everybody knows it now, and that they think this of you. Regardless of what he thinks of himself, he needs to deal with the reality that this is what we all know about him now. And this is our view of him now. A murderer, a conspirator. I think from the beginning, I've always said, even if they find him guilty, that they would really have a hard time with the death penalty. Although during voir dire for the jury selection, the judge was very careful to make sure that everyone knew it was a capital death penalty case and that they would be responsible at the end if they were chosen to find out how they feel in that, their personal decision. Are they going to be open-minded enough to follow the law? And those selected said they were. We have 17. We have 12 jurors and 5 alternates. We still have the 5 alternates. And although they don't do the deliberations, they have to be here the whole time. They will hear the same impact statements and go over all the same information with the jury, with the active jury or deliberating jury. Hmm. Oh, they had let people into the courtroom. This is a statement from Caitlin Hart that she just posted on Twitter seconds ago. They are finally in the courtroom. Chad is wearing a white shirt and red tie. Attorneys are not in the room yet, but lots of victims are here. They had to bring in extra seating. Wow. They had to bring in extra seating. Wow. Buckle up, everybody. What I just posted is from the Twitter of Caitlin Hart. You know what? At least it wasn't the yellow one, which was yesterday. I kind of think it was appropriate he wore that god awful yellow one yesterday for the actual verdict, but he wore the red one for closing arguments. Those are his power colors, I guess. Him and Pryor. Well, yes, we're gonna have some. People get your tissues and some warm, comforting drink, tea or coffee or no something, to sip at. It's gonna be an emotional. It's gonna be emotional. Hearing the impact statements of the victims is always. You want to give them their justice. Oh, excuse me. This is their opportunity to say what this did to them. Also, you know, uh, the family and loved ones of those that are gone. JJ was so young. Tylee was a young woman coming into life, like she was just becoming, the beginning of her life as an adult. Tammy Daybell had so much more to give, to live for her children, for her friends, for her family, her loved ones. And again, and I know you hear me say it all the time. Juju says it all the time in the chat too. No one had to die. For them to be able to do what they wanted, to actually take everybody's lives, they could have just moved on. They didn't have to be so arrogant to think that this was the solution to their problems. Lori, life in prison. Chad Daybell, guilty of the same crimes. Alex Cox, already gone. They say that he died of natural causes, but I'm not so sure. All these heart issues around everybody. I wonder about Joseph Ryan too. I really think that Lori Daybell is a psychopath. Just no regard for human life. Yeah, that's why there's divorce, right, Mousy? And Lori Vallow knows that works. I mean, she's on her fifth husband, who did not wear his ring. I wonder how this. I am curious as to how this is sitting with her, what they did in the trial. Well, she might excuse it off as to just being a legal tactic. That's a little insane. Couch says, I'm kind of curious.
All rise.
Oh, they're here.
Court now in session. Honorable Steven W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
Yay.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Me too, Couch.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
Sure.
It looks like court will finally be in session. I have been so caught up talking with all of you. My timestamps are hours behind already. But thankfully, nothing has started until now. So I'll have to go back and put the delays in and stuff. But I see Lindsey and Ingrid in Rocky and Wood. And Mr. Wood. John Pryor is still
I'm sorry.
looking away
We
from
do need to
Chad.
take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation, and I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record, and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocation that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocation, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
So that means he won't allocute and he won't actually do a statement to the jury as to why they should give leniency or anything like that, which he's entitled to do. But I'm wondering, does this mean that no one will give an impact statement for him, his children, anyone? I'm wondering how far that goes. You know, from family and friends. Usually someone like his daughter or his son would come up and say, you know, have mercy. Yeah. Maybe he's not allocating doing all of this because like there's not
Right, please.
for the verdict, there was no one there for him. That should be noted. Although their disdain for law enforcement in the process itself was evident. So I'm sure they just didn't give it the deference it deserved. Basically, that's right,
Jury's all present,
Mousy.
accounted for, Your Honor.
You're going to
Okay,
put a
thank
beg
you.
for his
Please be
life.
seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocation. Allocation is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason Gwiliam talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. Very deep in their faith. Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason Gwiliam, Steve Schultz, Emma. Jason talked about Chad, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words, and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason Gwiliam talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory, that bomb that came into his life, was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Gwiliam's own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. That's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, in this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, you can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Canaan while I talk about his first year of life, because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Canaan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home, and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, we'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair, I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Canaan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Canaan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Paw, asked me to give Canaan to him. He placed Canaan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Kanan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Kanan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Kanan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Kanan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future, to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles' steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventurous, oh goodness, wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As the big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, in my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. often minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time. and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today, and by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life that you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family, for me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wixom, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. and we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lolo went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I plan to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from the celebratory event I had imagined. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her, She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand. Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
I have to say, John Pryor asking for a sidebar just really annoyed me. Is he actually going to say that this is too much for him? I don't know. Did he get a little hungry? Does he need a bathroom break? Oh, too bad. This is their moment. This is where Chad has to deal with what he did to others, how it affected everybody else. This is how they begin their healing process. Yeah. Pryor sitting there, looks like he's reading or sleeping half the time. I'm hoping it's something a little more important, but I doubt it. This man is just too much. He should not be allowed to interrupt victim statements. This is rude, to say the least. And if you're playing bingo, bad legal manners, in my humble opinion. Pryor is an oaf, a doofus. He's probably saying they're taking too long. I hear you, Mandy. He couldn't look more inconvenienced, huh? Too bad. At least Chad is showing some deference, paying attention to the jury and the victims. Not exactly looking sad, but has the decency to put his head down occasionally. This is life or death for him. He needs to show he's human. Yeah, I know, Mark. I don't blame him for defending him. That's his duty. But I can call him a pious asshole because that's what he is, in my humble opinion. He's doing his job. I get that. It's not a matter of whether he believes Chad is innocent or not. He does just have a job to do, but he's got a past too, Mark. It's not really. It says a lot about his character. I'm just checking this out because I still don't hear anything. I guess they were waiting for the next I'm glad you got some sleep, Mark.
Something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them. An impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsee. Tammy was truly my sister, and I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling. We've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
Welcome back.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsee, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing me that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Honor, could we approach?
Yes.
There may be a delay in who is available for impact statements.
All right, thank you, counsel. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. That is an emotional statement from everyone so far. So it can be a little hard to take. So I recommend that everybody just take a stretch too, and something to drink, yeah, a little bit. Well, this is the part of the process that brings justice for the victims' families. You know, we got 15 minutes to try to settle in. There'll be more statements, but to hear Tammy's relatives, her brothers, her sister-in-law, her father, to know her mother wasn't here to see her get justice. The one thing that was said that really stuck with me, besides the loss of the children, Tylee and JJ, and to hear their aunt and their grandmother speak of them with such loving terms, you know, that breaks your heart. But to hear how grateful Tammy's family is that she is buried away from Chad with her own family, where he can't hurt her anymore. Wow. That really struck me. To hear of the shock they all had, to learn of the affair, to learn what was done behind Tammy's back. A woman who was, even in the statements of Chad himself, a good wife, a good partner, a good mother, a good person. She did nothing to deserve any of this, but be an inconvenience to something he wanted. That really struck me. Yeah, it is to hear that how the lives of her siblings were affected, the birth of nieces and nephews, the children, and the effects of his own parenting, her youngest brother, how he's only been a parent while dealing with loss and grief. This should be such a happy time in his life. Chad Daybell is affecting it this way. You can only hope that now they can all just move forward. It's not until the settling of the trials and when justice gets served that they can truly start moving forward with their lives. For 4 years, they have been circling around this event, waiting for justice. Hearing tidbits, you heard them state every new piece of evidence or fact that came forward was like another cut. We've watched Larry and Kay Woodcock through all the trials every day. Be there. And if you caught Larry's press conference after yesterday, you could hear in his voice how tired, how strained, how full of emotion. Like a final twig snapping that perhaps now they'll get released. Nothing will bring anyone back. Nothing can change the facts of the case and what happened. Well, hopefully, knowing that Chad has to actually be accountable against his will. Hopefully that gives them some peace. Yeah, Mandy, they still have to deal with Charles Fallow because Kay's brother's murder trial is coming up. And I feel for them because for the Woodcocks, it's definitely not going to close, you know. It's not going to close at all. We need justice for Charles, too. And it's only going to go on a little bit. But I know Kay, when she speaks of JJ, and how she can't help but feel that they thought it was the right choice. Charles was so good with JJ. But Lori, no faith should have been put in Lori. But who knew? Who could know that people could be this horrible? This is not something that anyone would have thought could be the outcome. I particularly loved Miss Cushing's descriptions of JJ and her relating to them, having much experience relating to children with autism. She did it so right, so lovingly, with such acceptance. My heart was just so open to her. He appreciated her honesty in acknowledging that neither child was perfect. Neither child deserved the end that they got and deserved to have the life that was set out before them. Lori Vallow did get Joe Ryan's insurance. And Tylee was receiving benefits based on Joe Ryan's death. Money was a catalyst, Liz, in this story as far as Lori is concerned. Yes. Anna, if you mean Miss Cushing, I loved it too. From an outside perspective, she wasn't so close to them, but so open and so loving, and she saw them with clear eyes, who they were. Tylee, a rebellious teenager, yes, but also full of love and in an uncomfortable position. You know, it's often reported that Tylee and Lori didn't have the best relationship. Sometimes mothers and daughters don't. It's part of the growing process. And Lori, add in those crazy beliefs that are getting worse and worse and stronger. It must have been difficult. Yeah. I agree, Mandy. It is many. Yeah. Lori was definitely driven by money. Most of the conversations that we saw in text message and emails had something to do with it. If not, their atrocious wanton desires. Sorry, something must be going on in one of the cases. My phone in my Discord just lit up like crazy again. Like Miss Cushing said, right, Anna? Tylee did not suffer fools. She did not like Chad. She did not like Chad Daybell. This is true. Joe Ryan's money did allow Lori to explore the options, give money to Chad, travel, be more invested in these beliefs that she had, attend conferences, move around at will. She didn't have to work. She didn't have to worry about paying the bills. Mark, I was thinking this as they were talking. that whole process of preparing the written statement, how heart-wrenching that had to be, the mindset they have to be in, to be consumed for days to figure out exactly what to say. How do you put into words how much someone meant to you that's no longer here, their effect on your life? And I appreciate Miss Cushing saying that here you are, it's so easy to make it like they're so much bigger and grander than it was, to try to put a golden light on everything instead of the reality of it, or the fine balance, so that you're taking it sincere, and to try not to be too emotional, but to show the impact. It's got to be one of the most difficult things. Yeah. I can appreciate that. And gosh, I wouldn't want to be in their place at all. We can only empathize with them. This is something they've been dealing with day in and day out for years. And like Mandy said, we still have more trials in regards to Brandon Bordeaux's attempted murder, and also the murder of Lori's ex-husband, Charles Fallow, Kay Woodcock's brother, JJ's dad, adopted dad. Liz, it does appear that the only one to make a statement will be John Pryor. There will be no mitigating factors listed. I don't know if any of Tammy's children will come and speak. We don't know who is left on the list. It wasn't published that I saw. What is this here, Mandy? Oh. Everybody go take a look. That's kind of cute. It's adorable. Lions in the wild with photographers being all calm and sweet. Is that a cub? What a beautiful face. Timeline cleanse. Temporary cleanse for the soul there, people. This is hard, I admit. And like I always say, everyone take care of yourselves. When it's too much. We want to give deference to the victims. I understand that. But also, we have to take care of ourselves the best that we can. Anna, that's a good question. I do not think so. There's been talk all along about, you mean Joe Ryan? Let me just see. Are they going to look into the other husband's death? This has been a question batted around a lot, but I don't believe so. They have determined that Alex Cox, even her brother, was natural. Nothing untoward happened. They're saying Joseph Ryan, same thing. I don't know. The similarities catch me. But then again, that's because of all the stuff I know about now. I could just be looking at it with, what was John Pryor say? Confirmation bias. Like I would want her to be that evil. Like I think she's that evil, so I'm automatically going to assume that she had something to do with it. We will never know about Alex. This is true. He was cremated. We only have the autopsy report. Let's just say, for me, it's suspicious. For them, they thought it was okay. Well, Yeah. Alex just coincidentally died, as Mandy is indicating. Coincidentally, right after Tammy's body was exhumed, because they knew that they would find more. Yeah. And be implicated. Mm. I don't think, these are the questions that we probably will never have real answers to. And that is the unfortunate sides of the system. Do we actually know why Chad did what he did? Who actually laid hands on who and did what in this particular case? We know that they all work towards the same end. But who did what, when, where? It's my belief that the one I'm sure Chad actually laid hands on is Tammy Daybell. But only because of opportunity and motive. And the end result, he was there. And Liz, also that patriarchal blessing that Chad gave Alex. Yeah, true. Alex's statements to his wife, Saluma, that he felt that Chad and Lori were going to make him the fall guy. Remember how his attitude changed right before his death. How he became scared. And he's talking to Zaluma that he feels like they're pushing him out. Yeah, outlived his usefulness to Lori Liam. Yes, actually, they thinking he did the sloppy part of the job, and perhaps he would link them to it. Maybe. What if Alex's wife bumped him off? Zaluma? I don't know. What benefit would she have? True, Mandy. Like this always bothered me. He made a special trip to Mexico to pick up some kind of pharmaceutical that he could get over the counter that he can't get here. And with all of the different deaths that are around this automatic heart problems, there are many medications that can cause your heart to stop. That, are listed. I guess my research with the FBI into serial killers is a little too much because I watch a little too much as Discovery ID, and there are many substances that can be consumed that will not be found many traces of in the body after a period of time. And that can make the death seem natural, but not. I watch too much television. I get it. But they do exist. And it's always been my question, what did he pick up in Mexico, right, Mandy? What did he actually get? And for what purpose? Why? It was horrible what they said about the children. I get it. They were talking about the children being dark. Yes, they were. Yes, if you're talking about Melanie's children, yeah. I mean, Chad actually increasing the pain while lowering the pain tolerance of a 3-year-old. But that, like, I will never forget that testimony. The way that hit me like a brick, amongst all the other horrible things in this case. That said so much about Chad as a man. Yeah. To take care of them beyond the veil. Yes. That Alex could watch over them. True. I could see Chad and Lori convincing Alex he needed to die so that he could be the protector of those spirits that passed on. Yeah. To keep them happy and safe. I mean, they're so manipulative, but who knows? But like I said, these are the things that we can only speculate on. we don't know. We're never ever gonna know. We have to just resign ourselves. We just have to settle ourselves with that. We're never gonna know. Well, I do not believe that Mel Gibbs or Melanie B. or Pulowski in Zuluma actually harmed people. Those bees of Eastwick, hope you get the reference, are wacko. Oh, yes, I get it. They were complicit in their lack of forethought as to what could happen. Their gullibility in going for this, their desire to be part of something so fantastical in its belief to make them more important. Of course, there's a lot of guilt there, Mindy. And I hope their consciousness are making them be better people right now, accepting their accountability for these issues and to move forward as better people. Exactly, Mark. I don't understand, let alone anyone else, but a 3-year-old, I mean, still in innocence, brain not even formed to know really too much about being good or evil or good or bad, still learning and growing. Yeah. And that was the punishment. Like, that just said everything to me about Chad. Too much for me to turn back to think anything positive at this point. Yeah, Liz, I guess the comfort is that Chad will, at a minimal, never ever be a free man. And actually, I am quite pleased with the fact that he has not been free these years. That once arrested, he stayed there. It has to deal with the fact that those 4 walls are his comfort. He doesn't get to see Lori. His dreams of being this big prophet squashed. He can be a prison prophet, but not exactly the same thing. Well, right now, he is hearing whether or not he will live or die. Larry Woodcock actually yesterday said there are worse things than death. And there are. And it sounded like Larry Woodcock would rather the Chad suffer a life. But you need a conscience to suffer. And unfortunately, I don't see much of one there. I don't think if he has a conscience that he's listening to it at all. Chad seems to be resigned in the fact that he is an innocent man, that no one understands. He is just doing the work he needs to do. We don't have to understand because his higher belief, his freaking arrogance is what matters. I agree. If they thought that they could get rid of Alex, then when the bodies were found, they could just blame Alex. Little did they know they sucked at covering their tracks. Exactly. Not exactly junior geniuses there. Conspiracy everywhere. And apparently, they forget. Have as many phones as you want, people. The evidence on those phones is still available. Duh. Yeah, not exactly the smartest tools in the shit. And I'm glad for it. This is why I don't understand why they weren't charged. They knew the death of the body was the only way. The women, yes. I think turning state's evidence and agreeing to testify helped. Otherwise, they could have been unnamed or named co-conspirators in the conspiracy. I agree with you there. But remember, prosecution has to pick their battles at times in order to make a good case. As evidence of Melanie Pulowski actually testifying in Chad's case. Yeah. Or both Melanie and Zuluma had attorneys. Melanie Gibb, Melanie Pulowski, and Zuluma are all represented with attorneys when they testified. There's still another case going on in Arizona for Charles Vallow, and all 3 will have to testify there too especially Melanie Pulowski, who was her niece, Lori's niece, through the whole marriage. There was a whole relationship there and a whole situation there going on well before she met Chad Daybell. Before Lori met Chad Daybell, before any of them met Chad Daybell. These are all just natural outcomes of belief in afterlife, which is why so many churches have admonitions against either taking your own life or that of another to reach a better place early. Yes, Lori and Chad have both made statements about everyone being so happy over there and that they really didn't do anything wrong. Lori, nobody held anything against her because they were in a better place and that she knew they loved her anyway. Just arrogance. Here's a thought. Do you think that Chad's ability to inflict pain upon a child will be a big part of whether the jury will recommend the death penalty? Well, the judge did say please don't use emotional feelings towards things in their judgment. We really have to look at the law and the law in regards to penalty and punishment in this case. But it is really hard not to take how you feel about the things that had happened into this with context. For me, it would definitely be an influence. But that child is like innocent, 3 years old. I mean, crikey. Him saying he wanted to lower people's. Here's the thing. Not only did he say he wanted to inflict pain to get the demon out, he said he wanted to lower the person's pain threshold before he increased the pain. And that just did it for me. Like, that just, like, wow. His absurd beliefs that he's doing the right thing. It's just crazy. Are you kidding? Tomorrow he's laughing and nodding with Pryor. He better be doing that not with the jury praising, because he's at least having deference, like an attitude of somberness, at least in front of the jury. If they saw that, that would, oh boy. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's upsetting tomorrow, kiddo. Liam says it definitely shows his ability to disassociate himself from other people's suffering if it makes him able to show how important it is. Exactly. Like, it was all to prove the point that he was such a great prophet, right? So unsettling. Karma is a thing. Yeah. In regards to Chad's children, both Garth and Emma, I feel for you guys, Liz, Mandy. Have we heard from Sarah? She was going to be in the courtroom. Like, I don't know if she got in. I haven't seen any posting. Oh, and Mark, I didn't see the question before, but I see it now about the death penalty. And yes, I did. It is more expensive to actually go through or death penalty to actually impart that part of justice. And the reason that it is because it is all on the taxpayers in the state to do all the appeals and everything that are involved. And it takes so long. It's not actually the cost of the execution, which is really minuscule compared. The other thing that I found out is that to keep them on death row as long as they do, because of the heightened security, it does cost more. In Idaho, $35,000 a year, but in California, $106,000 a year just to house an inmate. Okay, so there are pros and cons in both areas. And like I said yesterday, I understand both sides of the argument, which is why I give respect for people who feel both ways. I cannot decide which way I would go in at any time. The death penalty system itself, to me, is flawed. the fact that some innocent people could be put to death and there is no reversal of it bothers me. That I know that our judicial system, as much as I admire and respect and honor it, is flawed. And there are errors and things happen. Mistakes get made. And that kind of a mistake to put somebody to death, well, that's a little hard to swallow. Although I did see that over the thousands of death row, let's call, inmates that we have here in the United States, in the history, there's only been 20 on record that have been known to be executed and found to be innocent at a later date. Only 20, which depending on the state is anywhere from a 2% to a 7% fail, let's say ultimate fail rate. But the costs are, you're right, it is more expensive. Okay. But there are moral and ethical issues that people bring up on both parts, punishment, not having to pay. But it's basically because we want to be sure in the decision before the death penalty, before execution actually happens, which contributes to all the cost. Okay. The actual hoops then, everyone has to jump through to have it happen. And it's all at the taxpayers and the state's cost. That makes it much more expensive. Okay. And in forward to Liam's question yesterday, the homework that you two gave me was like, I did do my homework. I spent a few hours researching the whole thing. And I have a few links I can drop in the chat for you guys that I found quite interesting. But on Liam's question, and his was, does it actually contribute to less crime? In every study that I found, Liam, in most of the conversations and debates that are happened, say no. There is no attributable benefit to the crime rates by having the punishment be death in that state. As a matter of fact, those crime rates, actually serious crime rates of murder and all of these, atrocious crimes, actually went up and down the same no matter what, whether the death penalty was in that state or not. And it, I had to research multiple states and then the United States as an average on a whole. But yeah, it does not actually, having this as a penalty didn't really budge the numbers for the crimes that are committed, that are attributed to that type of penalty. Yeah. So there, did my homework. Right, because stupid people are going to be stupid regardless of the punishment. Okay. Yeah. And yet they do. They were hoping that that's what do it, but the numbers don't actually say that it's successful, because people that got like common sense missing in their head or respect for life missing in their head aren't really going to care. Thank you, Mark. Stroking the bear there. I get a gold star for doing my homework. Oh, but before you say I do my homework, let me post the proof. Let me go get some of those articles that I just told you about in some of the studies. One that I found quite interesting. I think I posted a lot of it in the Daybell room. For those of you that are Discord members in the library, I did put a lot of it there. One of the most interesting sites that I found was this one. This one is actually just facts gathered throughout from an organization. It's financial facts about the death penalty. Okay. And it's from the organization. They have a lot on their website if you want to check it out. And there's so many other commissions. This is actually from the Death Penalty Information Center. It's a nonprofit organization serving the media and the public with analysis and information about capital punishment in general here in the United States. Okay. From some of these articles are from different states, but they Oh, wait, that was a different link. Hold on. That one is financial facts about the death penalty in California, the link I just posted, which gave a lot of details. This is the organization link for the DPIC, which that website has so much on it. The link I'm giving you is about costs, but if you go to the website, Mark and Liam, you're going to find everything you were questioning. Like, it's all there. it was all there. It was a wealth of information there. And this one actually, my link here, the next link that I'm going to put on is from, just the death penalty, pros and cons, from proandcon.org. And that is just a website that kind of simply puts the pros and cons, just a few of the issues, the big difference to the pro and the con on the issue itself. And for me, when I read it, that was definitely where I am. Yeah, did you look at them too last night? Yeah, Liam, did you, from the links that I posted, or did you find them on your own? I'm just curious, Well, anyway, the other link that I just put in there on the death penalty pros and cons from procon.org, that includes in the debate some of the arguments for or against imprisonment in crime deference and the methods like hanging. One of the other things that's going on right in Idaho, where this case is from, is that they've just added, brought back execution by firing squad, and that there was a whole big debate that like taxpayers didn't want to pay for the fire squad area. That would have to be, they didn't want to pay another, an estimated cost of $750,000 to renovate a cell block that these people would be executed in. And they were trying to go over the costs, and that's where I found the information, from back in 2023, that the cost was like $35,000 a year, $3,600, right? 36,500 a year to house a death row prisoner. And that you could be there for up to 2 decades by the time all of these studies go through. But they had a lot of information in there on what it costs, I don't think firing squad, I think firing squad's kind of cruel, actually. But yeah, that's what's happening in Idaho. Like, there's a debate about it. I hear you guys. I hear you. Oh, let me take that comment down. Sorry. It's about deference, Anna. I get it. Making sure they never do it again. Protecting society. I think stiffer penalties could do that. I think murder and atrocious crimes, not putting a limit on it, making them life sentences forever, keeping them away from society. So they can't be. One of the problems with them doing things again is that trying to make punishment reasonable and rehabilitation possible, people get out. Repeat offenders in violent crimes is a very big number here in the United States. How many times do we find out that a murder has been committed by somebody who has done atrocities over and over again and got through the court system? Yes. Our actual punishment system in general needs to be overhauled. But it's because of our belief in rehabilitation and second chances. It's hard to balance those. I think you'll all agree. Okay, Shil. See you later. We'll have everything timestamped for you. You can go back and look later. And I'll be posting for you in the library. But enjoy. Hopefully the weather holds up. Mandy, I'm with you. I'll change my mind on the death penalty for Daybell if we can bring back lobotomies. If we could make sure that he could never be influenced on anyone else again. I get it. Liam says the rules for release are faulty because finding Jesus weighs heavily in their favor in front of the parole boards. This is true. There's a lot of finding of religion in selling their soul and getting forgiven based on their belief in God in prison. How many become prophets and saviors and this, that, and the other thing, become men of God. Yeah. Forgiveness as part of religion is a lot to play in that. And I don't want to disparage anybody's beliefs. I really don't. But it does get used, and it gets used in a criminal way with a criminal mindset to their benefit, in my humble opinion. Yeah. Who knows what really lies in the hearts and minds of men, right? Who knows? Not I. I thought I just heard the judge. They might be coming back. This last year, I had to wake up to the fact that our political system
All right.
is messed up. I agree. And we're back.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing. Please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
I agree with you both tomorrow, Kiddo and Liam. And Liz, your statement resounds with me. I post about that a lot. As a matter of fact, if you look at my Facebook page, that's exactly what I said in regards to this too. In regards to the last trial, the Trump trial too. I agree, Liam. Is it, Mark? I hadn't actually looked at that, but thank you for that information. I'll have to take that into consideration. That's a thought.
All right.
Irony. Yes, Liz. Irony for sure.
Resolve President County 49.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Batey, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha Gwiliam.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwiliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I have never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed, and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old, that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call and I looked down to see Samantha's name. And I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. And never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. And then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. What I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of win. None to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us.
but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names, and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
I'm a little unclear if the discussion is going to be in camera or out. It does sound like we're taking a break. We'll see once he drops if he drops after the jury leaves. He is a coward, Mandy. Hello, Rhonda.
Thank you. Please be seated.
We're staying in camera.
Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection, and so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our present count for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts without more cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So, counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by telestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death. Money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck. And you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ, only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Question to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, But if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the direction and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of J.J. Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who return the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Oh. Okay, Court is going to be in recess while they deliberate. Last time, the judge left the feed up until they finished deliberations at around 7 o'clock at night. It is 2 o'clock in Idaho. It is 4 o'clock here. Court usually finishes at 3:30. Judge did say they could deliberate as long as they want. The jury has control over the length of time that they deliberate each day. Deliberation conclusion does not mean that they would be free to go home. They're still sequestered. So I would imagine they will deliberate until at least 7 o'clock tonight if they don't come to a decision before then. Then go to the hotel and perhaps we'll come back Saturday morning. But for our stream here, I'm going to leave it up until the judge closes it down for the day. And again, I'll start one again tomorrow and come live if we hear anything about them coming back. I think that's the best way. I'll be willing to come back if they do come back today. They've already deliberated about the guilty charge, and they did that pretty quickly. Less than 6 hours in total deliberation on 9 counts. Some which had some very specific instructions in regards to what is guilty and what is not guilty. I know that the death penalty is a question that deserves a lot of consideration. But I do believe the jury, each individual one of the 12, already feels a certain way about it. I don't really see this going past today. So I'm going to keep the stream up, although I won't be talking. I'll be in the background. You're free here to talk in the chat as much as you want. I'll be dipping in and out. I want to thank you all again for being here and having the conversation, discussion, making this a safe place for opinion and to feel. This was a tough day. This was a tough day. To hear the impact on all the victims was, for me, it does put some stress. It does make me feel we need a little bit of a break, here and there. It's emotional, and it did impact me, and I hope it did impact the jury too. Yeah, Lori is definitely at fault. I get it, Liam. Chad is mostly for this. And this is Chad's trial and Chad's death penalty hearing and deliberation, not Lori's. And you know what really burned my butt was Pryor giving additional evidence in regards to the insurance that he never brought up during the trial. Like, you lost your moment there, dude. Like, wouldn't that have been nice if you said it before? But they already said he was guilty of fraud on insurance. And think what you want. Squares like clearly bullshit, hugs in chat, or gross thing, in my opinion, are entirely each person's personal preference. You go with what you feel for those cases. Absolutely. Absolutely, Rocky Couch. I don't know. I don't know what the jury is going to do. We all feel different ways about the death penalty. Some for, some against. This case actually brings it to light. We had a decent discussion earlier. A discussion that could probably continue on into other cases in regards to it, Did Lori end anyone before she met Chad? Speculative. There are Mandy and I both question on whether Joseph Ryan, her husband prior to Charles, was actually natural causes, like they said. So that could be debated. But did as many people die? No. Yeah. Or as quickly or coincidentally all around the same time? No. Yeah. They are definitely why they were charged together from the start as co-defendants. They are each guilty. And Lori is not an excuse for Chad to do what he did. Nor is Chad an excuse for Lori to do what she did. They are saying that was Joseph Ryan, but yeah, I'm not so sure. Tomorrow, kiddo. Mandy and I both have doubts about the documentation of that to begin with. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put it on. I'm actually, if I put the music on, it's going to be really low because I need to hear the judge's voice to come back. So it's going to be a quiet stream, but you're all welcome to talk and check in as much as you like. I'll be coming back and forth periodically. Again, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat or you can put them on the back of the video at any time, and I will look it up. Do my best to carry on the discussion and get you the answers that you want, or at least open up a conversation in regards to them. As I said, this stream will stay up until the judges comes down, and then I'll end it. Okay. If they come back for any reason, I'll do my best to be here immediately and to try to get some type of notification. It's very difficult, but I'll do my best. I'll hit the community tab as soon as I can. So you just have to watch for that. I did hear from another subscriber that updating the app for YouTube on their phone actually assisted in community tab notifications coming through. So I don't know if that'll help you or not. Another one was making sure that they subscribed and unsubscribed and subscribed again and re-hit the bell, and that assisted also. But there'll be no new live unless we have to start again tomorrow. So I guess we'll hear about that. I think if the judge ends deliberation and says there'll be court for Saturday, there'll be some kind of an announcement because it's not usually done. But during jury instruction in the beginning, during jury selection process, the judge was very clear to every prospective juror that they may have to go through the weekend during deliberations or court based on what was going on. So we'll see. I know they want to, he's got them sequestered and he's being very honorable of their time in consideration, which is why we started the proceedings so quickly, in deference to their time and commitment to their duty. And he's very respectful that way, Judge Boyce. So I think there's a good possibility if they're still deliberating, he'll open court Saturday. Liam, that happens to me all the time. Most of my typos never show up as a typo until well after I'm done with it. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it should show up red. Yeah. Yeah, I guess because it's possibly a word that it didn't show up red. I'm not sure. All right. On that, I'm going to end for now, guys. Thank you again, everybody. And let's keep our eyes and ears open for the jury to come to some conclusion here for us. Either way, soon, the Chad Daybell trial and sentencing for this portion will be over. Again, Judge Boyce has to actually schedule sentencing for the insurance fraud at a later date. And he will probably do that after this verdict is weighed in. After this conclusion, he'll probably weigh in on the scheduling of that. All right. Everybody, hugs, take care of yourselves. Fresh air, touch grass, treat yourself well. Be good to yourselves. This was start. And our deference to the victims was greatly appreciated. You're all amazing humans. I admire and respect each and every one of you. We'll talk later.